Sorry about that, everyone. Nature had me on one of her lovely phone calls. Welcome on in. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Last time, we went... Actually, I shouldn't even be demoing that yet. Oops, what an intro! Anyway, hopefully everybody here is doing well. Hopefully everybody enjoys their stay. Before we begin, I'd like to thank this month's contributors. Brightwell at Michael DS, Mr. Owen Darcy, thank you so much for your Twitch subscriptions. Please enjoy the benefits package that comes along with that. And while I don't have any one-off coffee or Patreon donations this month, I do want to thank people for having donated in the past. I've been thinking about separating these panels. It's one more to read, but at the same time, you know, distinction is always good. Plus, I'm not going to know what to do anyway once we start getting multiple different types of tiered packages. Anyway, enough of that. You guys didn't come to hear me, you know, like mention things about overhead. Instead, let's just crack the screen open. Kind of like this. Sorry about that, everybody. I was just in the process of snapping some photos. I was in the process of getting some photos for the compendium. That's why I'm in a different place than when I was before. Why don't we go back over to where that is, and we can continue the... we could very much continue where we left off before. Now, I'm gonna clamp down and focus. Make sure. Okay, I gotta type this into the coordinate map again. Give me a second and I'll be right with you guys. Then I suppose sort this by field map, and we pretty much got it. Yay! Okay, let's proceed. So, last time, like I was saying before I caught myself, we were in the process of getting all of the encampment chests, the Boko chests, the skull chests, whatever fits your fancy on these. We were getting them all so that we could then move on to other things. It's very possible that we might even finish today if I'm, Nah, that's not true. I mean, tomorrow. It'd be tomorrow. Today's Wednesday, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Tomorrow. So let's go fiddle around. We are currently in area 27. Actually, we're really in Area 42, but our last chest was in Area 27, so we're going to kind of go through start going through Hebra now. There really isn't much to talk about. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but this is mostly just going to be me collecting chests and maybe doing the other occasional thing. Hey there, Pickle Schmickle. It's been a bit since I last saw you. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Pickle Schmickle on YouTube says, today is a good day because of one thing. Oh, and what might that be, Mr. Pickle Schmickle, if and you don't mind my asking? It's like, where is this? It's like, okay, it's over here, assuming we haven't collected it. Okay, next one in Area 42, severe weather. How is severe weather a good thing? I mean, rain is a good thing. Keeps the summer temperatures down, to say the least. But, what else about it makes it particularly, good? Okay, this one's easy to spot. This one's over here. There are only 2 chests in this area, so let's get a move on. You love tornadoes? I mean, it is a motif of mine. I do love a good summer storm. That's fair. Any particular reason why? Is it, I know for me, when I think about stormy weather, it's feeling and experiencing nature's unbridled power. Summer storms like the ones that sweep across the southeast or of the United States are a good reminder that although man may build his kingdoms, man may, gallivant about with his cars or other sorts of stuff. In the end, though, none of it survives before Mother Nature. Her power, nature's power, is true and supreme, and one of the few things that man can't really... man can subvert nature, but that is not the same as saying man can overcome nature. Those are 2 different things. You cannot overcome nature, we're part of it. I've heard this argument quite a bit, where I've had friends in psychology kind of refer to as like pink skin mystery organisms, because biology, much like many hard sciences, is like a human-centered thing, because it's the name we gave to the study of living organisms, right? But this idea that we're not animals, that we don't belong to any kingdom because we ourselves made the system, and so of course we ourselves... I definitely should take a nice big weapon and put an end to this. Is it just... Don't do that. Thank you. Thank you, but no. Oh, no. And that is gonna be a... We're just gonna get rid of all these. Sorry, got caught up in a combat situation. I suppose that's sort of the thing about, the sciences or the maths, is that we still made it. There's not like some study independent of us where we can kind of fit in. But, I mean, until there's another sentient race, like a Turian or a Quarian or... or some sort of cephalid progenitor, something that isn't human, that is very clearly superior, technologically superior to us, we kind of get to make the rules. And according to biology, we are mammals. We have hair, we have body hair and hair on our heads. We have, let's get rid of, actually, let's just dump this. We have hair on our heads. We lactate and give milk to our young. It doesn't last long, but it's still part of the human cycle. There's sexual dimorphism is not required to be a mammal, but because of the way the germ plan for, or the body plans for mammals, the body plans for mammals and the way that works, it sort of makes biological sense. It makes sense for there to be a system where sexually diverse dimorphic creatures are sort of have plug and slot like body mechanics. I think it makes a lot of sense, me personally. Hey there, Onmal. Welcome on Twitch. Good to see you. Glad to have you back. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How are things with you? You've come in just in time. We are in the midst of going through and collecting all the chests. Once we do that, the next thing on the docket's likely going to be... Oh, actually, we don't even need to fight these. What am I doing? Run. We have all the choo-choo jelly we'll ever need. No reason to fight. Then we're gonna kind of go on a hunt for, like, missing pictures. Yeah, like, missing compendium pictures. There was one that concerned me a little bit. I'll point it out, but we're not currently doing that at the moment. In fact, let's go ahead and select all, because we don't need these. We're not holding them for a quest. Any fun time photos are over. There is... Let me find it. Right here. There's a monster that is specifically an EX. I wonder if I needed to take a picture of Mazkashia, and, no, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, you know what? It would make sense if I had to take a picture of him. Oh, well, that's definitely one we'll have to go and purchase. But outside of, like, that concerning compendium photo, the rest should kind of just be rote and routine. The next task after that will be the archery and racing minigame on horseback. Because there are 2 saddles and 2 bridles that we have to collect. There is a 3rd bridle and saddle. It's called the Traveler's Bridle and Traveler's Saddle, but that requires an amiibo, so that's not in the count of, you know, things we need, like at all. Then outside of that, it'll be Recording City. That might be its own separate stream. I don't quite rightly know. Hello, can I... Okay, don't need that. You could totally revisit the boss fight and fast travel away once you take it. Good, thank you. I'm gonna get this chest real quick then, and then I'll go and re-challenge Mr. Mazkashia and get his photo. That'll be good. Yeah, NK was saying that, you know, you could come back. That's like the only divine beast you could actually come back into and go from there. Cold Darner. Okay, we have already snapped a picture of that. Good. I just want to say I feel very excited about the days to come. I really do genuinely think by Friday, this Friday, so today's Wednesday, like 3 days from now, counting today's stream day, we'll be ready to pass over into a new game. You know, complete with thumbnail and everything. I really just cannot. I'm very excited. I'm a little bit anxious, but I'm also excited. I want you like lovely wolves to like disappear. Also, we have a horse. We have a motorcycle. We should use it. Otherwise, we're definitely spending all day and several episodes doing this. So I should say that I'm gonna reserve, you know, I'm gonna reserve my end of game thought for, you know, actually the end of the game, which may or may not be Friday. Okay, we're gonna go all the way back here, but I'm curious what you guys think about the journey we've taken with this game. We're 66 episodes in, so you know, ironically, we're gonna end one short of the really nice number. But I'm curious as to what you guys think of the whole thing. Do you guys think I've done a good job curating the experience? Or, you know, did I leave a lot to be desired? It's perfectly okay to be honest as well. Just, you know, don't call me names. Like, don't be rude. But honesty is... and by rude, I mean, like the typical name-calling stuff. That's all. Hey there, Mr. Fernandez on YouTube. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You became very poor, yeah, as we all do in this, like, disgusting corpo world, but you finally have the Nintendo Switch 2? Ah, that explains it. You spent 450 USD worth of money. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll definitely do it. Well, I hope you enjoy your purchase, though. You know, my opinions on, like, the legal stuff Nintendo does aside, I hope you enjoy it. I'm not gonna sit and spit on your purchase because Nintendo went mask off. Okay, we're gonna sit up here. We're gonna wait for our stamina to come back. And just like that. Please tell me some of these lookouts actually have arrows. What, are you guys using your spines as arrows? That would be hilarious. But you'll sell the Nintendo Switch 1? I mean, there is supposed to be backwards compatibility between the like Nintendo Switch 1 and 2. So I mean, I'm not like, that kind of trade makes sense. Onmal says on Twitch says, I think you did a great job finishing the game 100% in such a short time. We have been going at this for a bit over 6 months, but I appreciate that. It's kind of sad that you can only see the progression bar after beating the Dark Beast. I mean, it makes sense though, right? Like, if you don't bother beating the game until you've done everything you think you can do, like, I think it just makes some amount of sense. Oh, we're definitely losing monster parts here for sure. I think it makes some amount of sense that the game would in fact hide, like hide that stuff from you. Oh boy, careful. Yeah, I don't think so. That's enough. I think they put it there to give the player a new objective to keep playing. That is definitely true for sure on Mal on Twitch. I think it's good design. You know, it's to keep the sense of mystery, and then for the new player, and then once they've beaten the game, they can see, oh, this is how much I have left to go. And you know, the funny thing is I hope there's some sort of, not funny, I'm kind of hoping there's like a breakdown of what the full completion, you know, what the full completion stats actually are, and it's not just some vague bar. That would be like mildly upsetting if all it was just, here you go, here's a completion bar, have fun figuring out what goes where. I'm interested in seeing what that looks like. Stone Smasher is badly damaged. Okay. Well, we've gotten all the things in the area. Hey there, NK on YouTube. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well, and hope you enjoy your stay. You're gonna move to Twitch in a second. Very well. How's the Nintendo Switch 2? Oh, that must be in reference to what Mr. Fernandez was talking about. Okay. Because I certainly don't have a Nintendo Switch 2. That I was commenting on what Mr. Fernandez was saying. I'm gonna go real quick over to Goron City and just quickly upgrade the armor breaker into its or upgrade a cobble crusher into an earth breaker, and then we'll get right back to what we were doing. While we're waiting on the loading screen, it looks like, how many encampments do we have here? I see one. Okay, there are a fair few. Oh, okay, don't pull out bombs. Okay, and everything is metal. Good. So that hissing sound, I think, was a vent. Onmao on Twitch says 70%, they think 70% is Koroks. The other 30 are shrines, locations, quests, and of course, the divine beasts. See, that's funny. On Twitch, welcome to Twitch again, Mr. NK. Hopefully you are doing well, good sir, in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy the stay on the platform. Looks like you don't have the boulder breaker. Yeah, I can give you a diamond. Absolutely. I think it's funny that they made like a massive, you know, poop joke out of the Koroks, but they're still required for 100% on the completion bar. So if they do that, I think they didn't quite know what they wanted to do with the Koroks. Like, they didn't know how far they wanted to take the joke. I think it would have been funnier if the Koroks weren't part of the completion percentage. But their ambiguous nature just makes it frustrating. So far, I suppose I guess it's kind of an end of the game thought that I'm gonna share early, although everybody kind of knew this one already. I think the 100% experience is kind of a sham. Kind of. And that is to say, there are plenty of things to like about, you know, collecting items and actually fulfilling, like the process, the journey of going for full completion, 100% is... Okay, it's like here. I'm just making sure I know where I need to warp in. I think... Actually, we could just warp to the village, because that's where the next set of, like, chest markers are. Because there are so many Koroks, and they amount to little more than the end of a punchline, yes, they're upgrade slots. Got it. You can carry more weapons because you found Korok seeds, quote unquote. Quote unquote, excuse me. But at the same time, you know, if you discount the upgrades, or if they were obtainable some other way, what would you have left? You would have 900 MacGuffin slash like random collectathon type thing. Collectathons are a type of game where you collect objects. Banjo-Kazooie is a collectathon style game. There are lots of things for you to get. The Koroks to me represent a really bad version of that. Where at least in Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, Ukulele or whatever, a Hat in Time is another one. Collecting all the things is kind of the point. You get rewards for it. There's no, like, really big, obnoxious task that you have to do, and you get nothing for it other than the game says, you did it. You did it, bucko. It's wild. It's wild. The joke spans the whole game. The whole game. Oh, is there... Yeah, it's literally this coin. Come on. Oh, well. Hey, sometimes jokes wear out their welcome. Sometimes jokes wear out their welcome. What can I say? Where is this next one? Next one is... Is it, like, right under Hebra Peak or whatever? Trying to figure out a good structure for this. Okay, there's Cold Snap Hollow. So it's like across from that. Okay, that's the second one. And 3 and 4 are very close together. There's 3. 4 is like up here. I'll mark Area 9, sure. I just don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Housequaker, hello Housequaker on YouTube. Good to see you again, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Housequaker on YouTube asks, are you planning on playing Tears of the Kingdom after this or moving on to something else? Well, I'm glad you asked that, Mr. Housequaker. That kind of depends on you guys. So I put this out on both YouTube and Discord as like posts or announcements. We're voting on the next game to be played, and presuming the votes are kind of even, there will be a second round of voting afterwards. You know, like winner take all single choice style voting among the winners of this round's vote. Now, here's the caveat, I'll say this on air as well. Among the options is Tears of the Kingdom. It has the most votes at at 5. The next highest one is Coin can do whatever the hell he wants. That has 2 votes. The kicker is that if Tears of the Kingdom gets 1 more vote and there are no other votes going anywhere else, and the number of bonus votes that people get from a Prime Gaming subscription, like they have their Prime Gaming subscription active or better, or they're a Coffee or Patreon member, I tally all of those up, and then put a final countdown on the total number of votes. If that's at least 4 higher than the second place choice, I won't subject people to a second round of voting. Like, the people have spoken. Like, read the room, play Tears of the Kingdom. Don't be silly. But again, it depends on you guys. So, if you wanted help decide the next game, please feel free to join my Discord server if you hadn't done so already. If you have and you've placed your vote, you're good to go. Let me go ahead and do the shill for that real quick. There we go. If you guys want to come into the Discord, if you hadn't done so, and go to the voting on content channel in there, that's where there will be reactions, and you can click on the reaction to place the vote. Okay, the message keeps getting retracted. You said I'm a direct that you don't play Tears of the Kingdom? What? Okay, let me distill my sentence a bit down, a bit more. Let me clarify. TLDR, if enough people vote on it, Tears of the Kingdom is guaranteed the next game that I'll be playing. If Tears of the Kingdom is a clear winner, but there's also a very clear, somewhat close second place and so on option, that's when we'll have a runoff vote, where we get to decide who the winner is. That's all. In a direct, sorry if I write wrong, correct me please. No problem, Mr. Fernandez. I am on the lookout. I know there are some messages in here that I see from you that are like talking to another person, and so I try not to read conversations between people in my chat rooms. That's kind of a rule I have. It's a respect thing. If people are chatting to each other and they're not talking at me, then I don't read it. That's just a privacy thing. Yes, it's on the screen. Yes, people can read it with their eyeballs, but I don't read that back. Like, that's a privacy thing. That's all. Let me see. Let me read in order. House Quaker on YouTube says, it would be fun to see you play it. I feel I would have a good time. I might be frustrated with some things, but that's a coin problem. But you fear Zelda burnout. Not fun to watch if you're not having a good time. I hear it's a bit of a different game, and there are somewhat better controls. So with any luck, there should be less burnout, more than anything. The game kind of... Breath of the Wild can feel a bit like a checklist sometimes. Not going to lie. And Tears of the Kingdom is, I've been told, is like simultaneously more of a checklist and less of a checklist at the same time. So I'm curious to find out if what people say about that is true. NK on Twitch says, I'm going to ask again, but Mr. Fernandez is for the Switch 2. Mr. Fernandez has been talking about the fact that he recently got a Switch 2, Mr. NK. He is selling off his previous Switch in order to help offset the cost. More or less. I should also say, there are a handful of people in here whose primary language is definitely not English, so I'm doing my best to kind of play interpreter, or do my best to be an interpreter. So I apologize for any confusions or misunderstandings. It's just the skull right here. Okay. In like trying to assist people with cross-platform conversations or stuff like that. All right, let's do this one at a time. NK says, I'm gonna keep the Switch 1 until it gets rare so it's worth more. That's definitely what I would do. Mr. Cass, I've not talked to you since last time. Thank you for accepting my teacher's song. I'll sing it again if you wish, some other time. Of course, please let me know if you want to hear it again. I can do naught but sing. That's probably not true, Cass. Although, you don't look armed, so maybe you can. You could do plenty of things. I'm just gonna guess singing's like the big one. But I pray for your safety. Thank you, Mr. Cass. That's what a lot of people do with their electronics. They wait until they're like kind of rare and hard to get, and then they sell them. A good example of this would be 3DS capture cards. 3DS capture cards. There used to be a company, and like you know, the early I'd say not early, like late 2010s, around 2017, 2018. That sounds fairly familiar. It was a Japanese company that made a lot of the capture cards for that specific system. They shuttered a couple of years after, like, they kicked off production of those capture cards. So now, as a result, 3DS capture cards can go for thousands of dollars. They're that hard to come by. And this was prior to the pandemic. This was prior to the tariff apocalypse, as I'll now call it. Prior to like a lot of the nonsense that's going on in the world. War, famine, culture clashes, you name it. This capture card I'm talking about was already hard to find. And of course, with rare metals basically kind of being on auction, or it's like a huge bargaining chip. Capture card, the 3DS capture cards probably go. I have seen one gone for $1,200 back when a few years ago, or several years ago, I bought Shin Megami Tensei 4 and was thinking about streaming it. And I got priced out of being able to do that because capture card was $1,200. And I was a college student at the time. Even with the loans I was taking out, I could not have purchased such a capture card. Like, it wasn't worth purchasing for $1,200, if that's making any sense. It's gross that the scarcity of this has practically made it impossible to stream DS. You have to emulate it now. It's the DS is one of the more acceptable things to emulate because of the fact that if you're wanting to stream it, like, running a capture card is... Now, come out here. Oh, okay. Quick, okay. My goodness. Yeah, I need to get out of here. I'm trying to get too cute with the freezing. Don't even think about it. Eat something. Eat anything. Yeah, I'm getting extra cute with this. This man's eating apples like he's jogging, everybody. Okay, and now that we've gotten that... I don't think so, Mr. Bokoblin. That got really rough. But don't worry, in 8 minutes we'll be able to do messy combat like that again. Gonna grab the Frost Spear so I have easy access to the combo. What was I saying? Oh, did I? I think I got a picture of this, right? I think I got a picture of the Frost Spear. Let's see. I did. Good. Anything we haven't taken a picture of yet? Don't think so. What was I saying? Like before that mess of combat happened. Right, the 3DS capture card. So now, as a result of the capture cards being literal thousands of US dollars, it's now more acceptable to emulate it's still legally gray, but provided you have the cartridge, which I do have the cartridge, and if not, there are ways to, I forget, I'm fairly certain it's either 4A or 4. Trying to remember which one's a cartridge and which one I purchased on the Nintendo DS shop. I'm pretty confident that it's 4 that's a cartridge, and 4A would be 4A would be the one I purchased off of the shop. There are ways to import data like that. It would be very difficult to do, but you could do it. Don't go being a pirate, folks. I realize gaming is expensive, but it's not worth the trouble. You're gonna get in a lot of trouble. You could get arrested. You could get imprisoned. Don't do it. Not worth it. Buy them legit, rent them from GameFly or what have you, or do something else. Do not pirate. I know that's like a joke amongst friends. It's a meme on the internet. It's a gaming preservation thing. But don't do it. And especially if you aren't just legally solvent, you're not 18 or older, you're not in a position where the only person you have to answer for is yourself. Think of your family. Don't put them in a situation where they're worried about you by pirating a game. Don't do it. Not worth it. But I guess this is a good time to talk about, or maybe, get the consensus on unpopular opinion. I know if my sibling were here, I pretty much know where they stand on it, as they and I have had a personal discussion, but recently. But where do you guys sit regarding game piracy? Is it do you guys think it's necessary for preservation of games? Because some companies will definitely argue that if you're like downloading a game for the purposes of archival, it's still theft. It's still larceny. You can still charge it like a crime. Like there are a lot of gray areas with that. Are you strictly nope, don't want anything to do with that? Absolutely not. You know, people get their due punishment for that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and don't even think about it, fellas. Just gonna engage in some fine crowd control. Don't touch those weapons, gentlemen. What did I say? Don't touch those. I hit the wrong one, because of course I would. One second and I'll read that. I want to, like, not die here. I don't think I'm in any real danger, but better safe than sorry. And goodbye. Believe that last statement was on YouTube. Housequaker on YouTube says, if a game is no longer available via an official method, I say sail the high seas. That's fair, I suppose. Like, if it's not available anywhere, there are a number of Japanese games that are... you have to go through some arcane means to get them. Go ahead and just kind of like zoom in. Royal Broadsword, Knight's Broadsword. Just making sure we have all the snappies, all of them, or as many as I'm legally allowed to have. If you guys want to know about some obscure Japanese horror, like indie horror games, you should check out a YouTube channel called Marsh, like the area of like wetland known as a marsh. He basically does SMT content on the regular, or like obscure Japanese content on the regular. His videos take a long time to come out, but oh my god, you should see the one about the SMT Tuhu crossover. That one was like a fun watch. He's done Ghoul. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. He's done a handful of other like obscure Japanese games too. I would definitely recommend checking him out. Should be a pretty easy Google search too. That is my cue for the shill. Let me do that real quick, and then I will totally get back to reading messages. My senators and inductees, thank you so much for watching so far. Much appreciated. If you hadn't done so already, and you're either new here or you've been here a few times and you hadn't done so, please consider following on Twitch. You get free emotes for doing that, by the way. Lovely chat buttons they are. Or, subscribe on YouTube, or why not both? Make sure those notification bells are turned on. That way you don't miss the content that we make. Again, assuming that you like it and whatnot. Those are free, easy methods to support the channel and help it grow. And if you feel so inclined, please share the channel with your friends, family, co-workers, or other interested individuals that you might be, that you're aware of. Like, word of mouth is the best advertisement one can ask for in an environment where advertising online a lot of times is now seen as like AI overreach. Having real people talking to each other is the mucho gracias. Just absolutely appreciated. Thank you. Let me read the comment, and then I will go and explain the commercial break a little bit. Housequaker on YouTube says, I do the same thing with sneakers. I much rather buy the real deal from Nike. But if they underproduce and make them impossible to buy, I'm talking to my friend in Hong Kong. Fair enough. I mean, hey, get your off-market sneakers where you can get them. That's totally fine. We all need shoes. As we no doubt know in this world, no shoes equals no service. So, I totally get that. There are service shoes I think of, like, I would love a nice pair of Crocs, but I don't know how cheap you can get them. Or, slippers. Those are kinds of shoes I don't have. I'm very much a minimalist on shoes. I have a pair of sneakers and I have a pair of dress shoes. I also have a pair of steel toes in case I have to go outside and lift anything super heavy, but that's really about it. Like those three things. Like safety shoes, as I like to call them. If you're gardening or you're working with heavy loads, you should almost always be wearing safety shoes. Or other protective gear. But now on to the commercial, like explaining the commercial break. For you guys on Twitch, more than anything, we do take 3-minute commercial breaks. These are kind of like structured stretch breaks in the content. You guys should take advantage of that and, get up, stretch for yourselves, get a snack, hug a loved one in these dark and dire times and what have you. Because I'm typically away from my desk, stretching my knees over that 3-minute period. There are 3 minutes of commercial breaks, but that is the only time I play ads, other than if I've got to step away from my desk for more than like 10 seconds. Then I'll throw on a short ad or something. For you guys on YouTube, it's going to be 3 minutes of silence, but in a way, the timer is more for your benefit than anyone else's, because a lot of the timers and stuff are baked into Twitch. Like people might not necessarily get a warning, but at least you know how long the ad lasts. For you guys, it's however long it's silent for. So the timer is there a lot more for you guys, because I multi-stream. If I didn't multi-stream, honestly, I don't know if I would I might include the alarm, and I wouldn't bother with a timer, because it's baked into Twitch. But I'm hoping the timer is at least beneficial. I don't want to induce FOMO, because that's what a lot of streams... Oh, speaking of the devil, there's the commercial break. We'll be right back. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully that commercial break wasn't too bad for everyone. Again, neat thing about the way I have things structured and automated through my clever let me not use so much self-aggrandizing barrel language. The way I have things structured through my use of bots and everything is it results in like a relatively fluid routine procedure. If people like routine procedures, smooth procedures in a stream, they're probably going to love their time here. I'm not an agent of chaos. I'm very much pro order. I'm as ordered can be, generally speaking. Hey there, Bear Type on Twitch. I am doing just fine, good sir. Thank you for asking. Good to see you, sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And, I hope you enjoy your stay. How have things been with you lately, if and you don't mind my asking? You have been a very, very busy chap, both in content creation and I'm quite sure in real life as well. It's both. I hope life hasn't been keeping you so busy you can't have fun for yourself, though. That always sucks. Now, let's get back to maybe, I don't know, clearing out camps, getting chests, getting a lot of good fun loot, and hopefully there aren't so many that we, let me not do that. Really? No. Finish this first. Finish that first. Nice. What was I saying before? Oh my goodness. I just zonked out on the regular completely. Bear Type on Twitch says, you beat your first Lionel in Tears of the Kingdom? Awesome! It was pretty hard because you don't have good loot. Fair. Lionels are already hard in Breath of the Wild. I can't imagine how much harder they are with any rebalancing in Tears of the Kingdom. Bear Type asks, is this the last stream of Breath of the Wild? No, sir. We've got a few more streams left, but maybe by Friday? I want this... Where is this coyote at? Yeah, around Friday will be, like... That's my intention anyway, is to have it be the last one. Time will tell. I could end up needing an extra day or something. And my hope is that my sibling still has the copy of the Tears of the Kingdom cartridge, or I'm about to be a very sad boy. Very, very sad. Because we're sharing on that. Bear Type says, the Lionels have a few new moves. Oh, really? That's cool. I mean, I look forward to seeing those. They'll give me a challenge. I know I can confidently say that when I know when I can shield parry a Lionel, and it's strictly not necessary for me to do so. That's when I know that the game is too easy 5 me or something along those lines. Join the Discord server. Thank you very much, Pickle Schmickle. Welcome to our unicameral legislature. Welcome to our ruling body. I hope you enjoy this day. And if you want to and hadn't considered doing so, please check out the Voting for Content sub-channel in the Discord to cast your vote for the games you want to see next. I have 18 options, and I'm quite sure at least one of them are going to be pleasing. I have things ranging from Tears of the Kingdom to Elden Ring, or Darksiders, or Shin Megami Tensei 5, or going back and completing things like the Tales of Berseria, or Baldur's Gate 3. I'm pretty sure that's on there somewhere. And if not, that's always a thing under the choice. under the choices or under the suggestions channel. Let's see. What on earth is going on with my shirt? I have no idea. Let's use the swallow bow here. Let me get over here and do things this way. Oh, I thought those were two voting for content things, were two different things. No, so the 18 options are all part of the same block. Discord will only let me put in 10 options at a time for a react vote. So what I'll do is I will click, I will, once the vote is over, I will go in, count all of the options between the two votes, and then plug them in together under a new vote. Of course, that also may not strictly be necessary if everyone votes Tears of the Kingdom and votes nothing else, which is what seems to be happening. It's really, I guess it's not super strange, right? That's like the effect of cultivating an audience on Twitch or whatever, or on YouTube or what have you. But still, it's rare for it's very rare for multiple options to kind of be summarily ignored in the way that I've seen them. This is funny. Oh, you got the VIP thing to 50k? Yep, I did. I lowered the price of that by basically 300%. I thought 50k would be reasonable and actually worth pursuing, whereas 200k, even with my new stream everyday schedule, basically other than the weekend, that would still probably not really be worth it for anybody. This is too fun. I love doing this. I won't save up for it, just saying. That's completely valid. The only thing you really get for your trouble is the ability to talk in emote only and slow mode. That's it. VIP is really underwhelming. You get like a new badge for it. There are like a couple of aesthetic things you get on top of, you know, the big talk in modes where you normally kind of can't. But even if you get that, I usually don't put the chat in those modes. For me to do that, it would have to be like how do I word this? Let's say I have an incoming raid, or I'm thinking of, you know, winking out my camera or whatever for like incoming, for an incoming raid or whatever, or for an incoming scene or whatever, and a raid happens on Twitch. Well, I might want to slow the chat a minute while I have a chance to like get everyone settled. Now, of course, slow mode really ruins the experience for live streams, and not everyone understands that if you people get frustrated when slow mode is out. Like that's just a general fact of live streaming. It's not good for the stream's overall health to do that, because the whole point is to talk. The whole point is to be able to chat with each other. There's the only thing we can get is a bow here. Do we even have one?
I'm going to bend what I want, when I want, who I want. I'm unstoppable!
Okay, I just have to adjust a few things to make this work. But thank you so much for redeeming that. Here we go. I think I'm in the correct... Nope. Nope. Definitely further this way. Okay, this is me, standing up, playing on a screen about the size of the, on a view about the size of like 6 or 7 of my webcam displays. This is gonna be hilarious. But it's good for me to do this. I want a standing desk pretty badly. It would actually let me, I mean, I would need 2 standing desks or a really big standing desk, but it is something I do want. It would be really nice to have the ability to just stand and game if I want to. Right now, I really kind of can't. I don't even have a mounted, I don't even have a good way to mount my gaming computer screen to make this all work. That is a relatively short timer, so I am going to go ahead and put that down. But thank you again for redeeming that. Okay, am I back in the correct position yet? Yeah, I think I'm in as about a correct position as I can be. All right, Mr. Link, next encampment, please. What was happening? Let me make sure I haven't missed any messages. Not on that. Now, I have seen some people... I should probably advise against this while I'm here. There are people that have tried to chat at me through... Oh, hold on. Bear Type on Twitch says, gotta go, sorry. Hopefully we'll be here for longer next time. That's a-okay, good sir. Thank you so much for spending as much time as you have with me. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. And with that, rest well and take care of yourself. If I see you later, great. If not, have a good rest of your day. C'est la vie. Oh, hello. Good. I figured a lot of these outlying chests. Not do that. Okay. Neato. Now I can actually kind of like take my time with this, maybe? Do I have a... The only thing I've got is like a... Were these guys still alive or still awake? They are. They are awake. Here's one. These two are black? Okay. Oh, I can just do this. Okay. And then we just have the one in the technical next area, and we can probably start moving toward Lower Hebra, which will be good. Pretty sure these are non-respawnable chests as well, so... We have these. We have these. What was I saying before? Sorry. Streamer brains kicking in, kind of. I guess I can kind of use this opportunity to talk about something different. Since... Oh, hello there. Nice of you to appear before me, rock pile. Are you gonna contain ore? You're gonna contain a chest. Nice ruby. These I'm not really, like, marking for completion. Now, if the game says I need to complete them, that's, like, a different story. You know, okay, then I guess I'm not really done, then am I? Then we have to find all of the other chests. But, I'm kind of hoping I don't have to do that. We'll see. What was I getting ready to discuss? Oh, right, the Discord thing. Now, I have had people try to DM me on Discord while my stream is going. If I had, like, a third monitor attached to my desktop CPU for gaming, I could actually probably do that. I don't. My gaming monitor is also my console gaming monitor. It does both. So I can't really look at Discord while that's, like, going on. That's not a thing that can happen. So if people are ever bummed that, like, oh, I sent you a thing on Discord to look at, you know, and I've asked, you know, when did you send it? And that person says, oh, I sent it to you last stream. I'm going to say, well, I'm really sorry, but I don't look at those, like, during stream. And then I get really confused because the message happened during a stream and I don't, hello. Nice mineral bounty. So just, I want people to know that, you know, if they send me something during a stream and it's on Discord, and if you don't make it clear, it's like a message I can read later, what I'm gonna get is a lot of confusion. I might not even answer because confusion. And I don't want to talk to people when I'm confused unless I'm actually trying to get an answer or extract an answer. I'm gonna be like, okay, weird message, gonna go back to doing what I'm doing. So just, I have, like, communication protocols set up, and one of them is definitely, hello. One of them is definitely not talking to Discord whispers. I'm not that sort of streamer. Okay, we're gonna do this. Going to quickly shoot these. And then 1, 2, 3. Oh, you are a flaming one. Black, silver. Okay, these two are ones that we can freeze. Good. Ooh, and maybe I'll swap tactics here. That's hilarious. Oh, except we must have already grabbed the chest here. Cool. I won't say no to, like, not having that to worry about. All right, let's find the next chest. Next one is in area 39, and it is over here. We're gonna warp over to the major test of strength over there, and then we're going to walk around and get to it pretty easily. Is there anything else that I could, like, share as, like, a part of the major journey that we've taken through this game? I can talk about the skills that I've learned during this time. when I saw you guys 6 months ago, I had like photoshopping skills. I definitely have some. But they weren't at the level they are now. I can draw. I still can't draw. I can't actually do hand-drawn art, or I do it. For me to really do the type of art that I'd want to do, I'd have to get a tablet. I'd actually have to sit and learn through some classes. I'd have to like make thumbnails way in advance, and I'm just not that skilled. I'm not. I'm just being honest with everyone. But my photoshopping skill has definitely gotten way better. For what I can do, these last couple of thumbnails, maybe the next one won't quite be so stellar because it's just going to be you know, like a storyboard type thumbnail where I change a few things and the thumbnail is saying something. But this one and the previous one are kind of my finest work, like, ever. Episode 65 was a literal face swap thumbnail. And I'm super pleased with that. I have never before, up until that point, I had never used an AI upscaler, which is the AI that's really common in photo work, by the way. It's not like, I didn't suddenly, you know, go full-blown hypocrite on AI or anything. Really? Come on. Okay. Good lord. And we did take a picture of that. Good. I think my face swap thumbnail is probably my finest work. Even though people can probably clearly tell it's a face swap, right? Like, if people look really close at the thumbnail, they will find it. They will see it. They will know. Wait, aren't bows like the one thing I can pick up? Yeah, they sure are. I can just take it. I can just take it. Free royal bow, everybody. But my artwork, I think, has gotten a little bit better. Compared to like Lies of P or Elden Ring. Oh my goodness. I gotta put this on the screen because I want to show you guys, you know, how far I've come. It's gonna be an image. I'm gonna put the image on the screen. Create new image. Let me find a old thumbnail. Sorry for taking time. I am trying to demonstrate something. I'm quite sure it was under other stream materials. I'm having a tough time finding it. So I'll kind of like pull a thumbnail that I made a bit earlier. So this is the thumbnail for like Sands of Time, the ROM hack for Ocarina of Time. Look at how basic this is. Look at how basic that is versus, you know, the one that I made for today's for yesterday's stream. Let me find it. I even have a folder set aside for this. And look, there's the face swap in the bottom right-hand corner. one more time, in case anyone was like, couldn't see it. Just wanted to demonstrate that. My skill between those two thumbnails is wildly different. Wildly different. I like my journey in learning art has been amazing. Now, I did take art when I was a middle school student. You know, I know about things like vanishing points. Like, I know what you generally do to create a vanishing point. I know about basic 1 point, 2 point, and like 3 point perspectives when it comes to art. And if you really want to draw, there's no substitute. Don't even think about it. There is no substitute for... oh, I was about to say, that can't be the chime. Just gonna do this. Keep them nice and crowd controlled. I might look up where a Thunderblade is and where Frost Spear is, so I can keep doing this, because having these is like really nice. Nope, goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Moblin. But I think my art journey has produced a lot of results. I can now upscale my own images, which I didn't used to be able to do. Granted, am I getting help for it? Sure. An AI algorithm is upscaling the images for me, but I think it will let me make nicer edits. And that's like the only bit of AI I have used thus far, and all I ever intend to. I will always do face swaps by hand. I do not and will not use actual AI for that. Like, I have the tool. It's sitting there. I can use it.
And you know the thing about chaos? It's beer.
You want a gourmet steak, huh? I think I could supply that to you. That's a pretty easy plop a piece of wood and put a steak on an open fire. I think I can manage that. And where's our piece of gourmet? Yep, that tells me the quality. Hold. I believe that'll cover your gourmet steak. Thank you for requesting that stuff. If you guys ever want to do other requests, you guys know where the action, like the channel points are. I wish YouTube had something like this, and something available for, like, I wish their partner program or affiliate program or whatever wasn't, quite so difficult to climb than it is. I get why that is. I do. But the end result is definitely gonna be... It's gonna take me a long time. Here is the skull. This is our next area. I'll go ahead and also mark area 31. That's like over here. And we're gonna go over to this shrine. I forget it. No, this one I think is up top. I guess we'll find out. If not, I'll go to Selmy's place and we'll go from there. So, here's the issue I have with, and I'm kind of like ranting I apologize if I'm ranting. I really do. But to all of my friends who have said that I am developing like marketable skills, here's the problem I have with that. The problem is I would have to fake the level of qualification that most of these companies or even other individuals that have marketed for like editors in the past. I would be unable to fulfill a request like that. I would not be able to. I do not have the panache for it. Maybe my skills are marketable, but I'd crumple under the weight of a corporate umbrella like it were, well, like I were made of paper mache. So, well, I think my skills are marketable. I definitely have a long way to go. I still, for the life of me, can't draw anything real. And the fact that I can't do that, it will be a point of frustration for many people in the actual real workforce. I can make corporate business cards. I could do that all day long, but that doesn't pay bills. It doesn't. It just doesn't. But I don't want people to like think that. Oh yeah, that one is a flaming one. That one is a real one. Ooh, we don't have... Okay, that could be a problem. I know what I can do, though. Let's get that charging. And I don't know if I want to be an artist in this climb. I don't think I could, even if I wanted to. But that's me ranting about, like, job prospects. That doesn't affect you guys. Don't worry. Now, if I ever actually get, like, a normal sitting office job, you guys will be the first to know. I'll put a vlog about it. I'll explain it. You guys will know right away that, you know, my real life is here, and it comes first. But until I actually have... Oh, I'm gonna die if I don't do this very specifically. Or, you know, I could just be patient. Link, get up there. Get up there. Get up there, Link. Don't do this. Okay, time to start eating. Oh, that was close. And now we can use Cryonis to get out. It would kind of be nice if we could, I don't know, say, maybe perhaps, let me just do this. Let me swap to another bow, actually. Yeah, something like this. Eat more. Eat more, say less. Alright. Careful. Wow, this is as much as I have flurry rushed in quite some time. Okay, maybe don't get near that, though. Goodness. Certainly could have been much worse. Oh, and I realize I could have pulled out a motorcycle here, but the thing is that pulling it out in this climb is not particularly very smart. Plus, I could just bump into a lot of these explosive barrels, so that's kind of why I've been doing things this exact way. Okay, let's... are there any encampments out here? No. Okay, give me a second while I fiddle around with the map and find the next ones. Is it right here on Satori Mountain? Have I not been to that one yet? I feel certain that I have, because we stopped here. I'm gonna check again, out of precaution. And then after that, our next one will be... Where do I see it? It's the Merida Exchange. It's like right off the Merida Exchange. More or less, it's like right near the shrine. It's like here. Okay, let's head over here then. And then we'll be able to move closer to like Eldon and Akala and hopefully get some of the chests over that way. I think we're making good progress. I think as long as I like lock in, I should definitely have it. We should definitely be on our way toward tomorrow's stream being like nothing but light tasks. And Lord only knows how long I'm gonna have to spend on the archery, because that's something that I'm familiar with the controls for both and everything. I'm gonna go ahead and cook some things while I'm right here. What do I want to do here? We'll just make a couple of these. Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna do it like this. Get a fish. Have a fancy feast. And 3, that ought to be sufficient. And then we'll make some elixirs. I guess here's a question I can ask folks. What is the longest amount of endgame you've had in a game? Moments like this where you're kind of like tweaking up the final tasks. What is another game in which you've spent time doing that? For me, let's see. A game where I've fiddled around with nothing but side quests, small tedious things, knowing that the objective was in sight. Last thing I could think of is like a Fire Emblem type game. Like Fire Emblem 3 Houses was like that, where I did everything I possibly could in the oh god, it's the Blue Lion House route. I played through that one, and I was super happy with the ending I chose. I even got to, settle in with Mercedes. She's a lovely, lovely Fire Emblem character. Yes, I have a type, okay? Everyone has a type. My type is comely feminine women in dresses. Like that's always been a weakness of mine. A woman in a good dress. A man in a good suit also is a weakness of mine, though. So it's like, it's not like inconsistent. I like formal attire. There's a reason this shirt right here is, it's a formal dress shirt. I pretty much wear it every time I go out anywhere. Not this shirt, but I have like 7 or 8 shirts that are all in this exact style, and they're all formal wear. I wear this type of thing a lot. It's my signature style. It's what I wear. People know me for having worn it. I might need to farm some tireless frogs after today's stream. No, don't cook that without a monster part. Please and thank you. Let me grab another bit of monster guts. And one more ought to do. That'll do. So now that we're up there, I'm gonna wear this armor. So I'm not looking at Sheikah armor all the time, and then we're gonna we're gonna clod hop our way up there. I can't wait to see what you guys pick. Like, I know the leading option for, what you guys are gonna vote on and everything. But I never really like to say, oh, well, everyone's voting this way, so it's a guarantee. That's not how votes work. That's not how democracy work at any time. It's not over till it's over. It's like the Polish election. Everyone thought the liberal Polish candidate would win the presidency, but after, calling it super early, it turns out, oh, the conservative one won the election. Oh, that's suddenly a bit scarier. Stuff like that. Now, I don't know too much about the Polish prime minister / president. I really don't. Ooh, maybe don't do that. Hide down there. We're gonna swap over to this bow. Nice. Do that. Hopefully get all these arrows quick before they fade out. The monster parts definitely don't seem to stick around too long. But you should never call something in politics until it's over. Don't call things a certainty. You never know when the last vote might make a difference. Sometimes it's clear cut from the start. You still let the votes trail in. You still wait until the counting is complete before you call a candidate. That would be that is such a blowout, though, in all seriousness. Let me perhaps do this. Dang it. Two, three. Crowd control them. Okay, I got 2 of them. This next one ought to be fun. Where's it? Oh my god, the physics engine. Clip that, clip that, clip that. Clip that before we lose it. That's funny. That's funny. Oh my goodness. I've taken a couple clips recently, so I'm gonna have to store those. That's hilarious. Just a prostrated, prostrated bokoblin that frozen, just lying there. Oh my goodness. Hilarious. Okay, next up on our list. Let's see. It's not until we start hitting a Kala, actually. Oh, no, I take that back. There is one right before you go into the Great Northern Forest, or Great Hyrule Forest. That's like, down here in this little clearing. Oh, but we're still not done yet. Oof. It's fine. I feel pretty good. Let's see. What's next while I'm looking at all this? There really aren't that many toward the Akala area. They're kind of like interspersed in like southern Hyrule, or out west, which I think is cool. Means we're starting to reach the light at the end of this tunnel. Not done yet, but we will be soon. One, two, three. Okay, I think that's all 3. And oh, you knocked him toward a weapon. Good lord. I might make sure we farm really fine weapons for the Calamity Ganon fight. Although, to be quite honest with you guys, you notice I haven't touched my Master Sword, right? Like, you notice that's just a thing that hasn't happened. I'm saving it. I'm saving it for this. But please note that you do not need to do that. You could be using your Master Sword, and it's like a really cheap, readily expendable weapon replacement. Like that is something you can and should be doing. Don't do what I'm doing unless you like... like in other Zelda games, you kind of have to use your Master Sword all the time. Here, you don't need to do that. In fact, the Master Sword is really not all it's cracked up to be. It's a great weapon, and it has some amazing properties. This thing can shoot sword beams like it's no one's business, as long as you're at full health. But that's really about the only like saving quality. And you know, the fact that its magic fades, like it's, I don't know, the dagger sting from Lord of the Rings or something, or where it's a regular sword some of the time, and then a fraction of the time it's like useful against Uruk and Orc and hobgoblin type enemies. The fact it's only useful some of the time makes Sting a bit of... If you could find a better weapon than Sting and hand it to Frodo, he would gladly use it. Or Samwise. Both work. Okay, this next one is over here, out past the... You'd think it would be in the military training camp, but it isn't. Instead, it's like out here in a random clearing of like trees. It's like over here instead.
My senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Nice. Okay, gotta be careful. And let's quickly put it back to a wooden weapon. That is my cue to do Major Shilling. So I've told you guys about the free, easy methods to help the channel grow, and I want you guys to know that you guys being here is more than enough for me. Like, always. Forever. But if you do feel like financially contributing, there are a number of different avenues for that. I'm greatly appreciative. First, your contributions get you on the plaques that are, or the little picture plaques I've made here. You guys will have your names on this, whether you're concurrent subscribers or you've made one-off donations through Ko-fi or Patreon or PayPal, any of that sort of stuff. That all ends up there. Second, outside of that, for those of you that decide to take the Twitch route, you get emotes for your trouble. I've made some new animated ones recently. I've made 4. Let's just put them in there. Go ahead and put those in the chat for people on Twitch to see. I've made those myself. One of them, of course, is for Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Also, happy Men's Mental Health Month. I said it. It's June. It's the month for fathers, too. So make sure you wish your father a happy Father's Day. Make sure that happens. It is a month for both men and LGBT people. We can share it. So happy LGBT month, happy Pride Month, but also happy men's mental health. Men's mental health is important too. And I will not hear slander to the contrary. I will not. Outside of that, you've got Patreon and Ko-fi. Those are, like, all of this is in the description on YouTube. There's a Linktree link. Just use that if you want to peruse any of the stuff. For you guys on Twitch, if you click on the About Me section, there will be a donations panel underneath, and underneath that panel is text listing all of the options. There is also a link tree underneath the video player, however, so take your pick. Commercial break will be coming in around 3-ish minutes. So, you know, let's make sure that we've, Ooh, how do I want to do this? We technically did the plateau, and then I said we were going to do this in order of, like, where, like, the divine beasts. I think I made that plan. I have not forgotten that plan, so we're going to do that. That's going to be down there. Right over here is one. Go ahead and mark these. Let's see, there's another one. Pretty sure it's like right in here. If I look, here's like a bank of trees. There's like 2 that are positioned here. No, there's 3. So it's this here. I think I already cleared that out. I remember swinging by that a few times. Oh well, we're gonna keep going. Just check, like, basically sliding through and seeing these. 3. I'm gonna mark these while we take our break. I'm gonna mark the 4 of interest, but I'll see you guys after the break. There we go, everybody. I am back. Thank you guys so much for being patient during the commercial break. And just like that, the shilling segments are over. They're done. I don't need to do them again this stream. Isn't that just fantastic? Well, no time like the present to get to work, so let's do that. How do we want to do this? Maybe going out to the tower? I could go to the Shrine Island. That might also work. So, a couple of my friends have gotten 3D printers. I'm supposed to get a new deck box. Courtesy of my good friend. With a lot of rich personal history that sometimes I don't see eye to eye with, friend. I thank him for making the deck box. I picked a very simple design that works for the filaments he has. At least I like to think so. We're going to go ahead and grab the cycle. It's a great time to use it. But before that, it is also a great time for fuel. But yeah, I'm supposed to receive a new Magic the Gathering deck box for my Sultai Flash deck for Magic the Gathering Commander. Oh man, I am the control mage among my friends, and I gotta say, my friends have truly whipped out like the ultimate in mana cheating. They started using like reserve list cards recently for like proxying and stuff. So my control deck is not feeling like it has much punch at the moment. Sorry, there was an insect crawling on my screen. There's a thunderstorm outside. Because of course there is. And because there's a thunderstorm, well... Just gonna... Is that it? Just those? Okay. I'll take a Phrenic bow as well once this one runs out. Once the golden bow runs out. I guess this particular group of enemies never scaled. Cool. Another one done and dusted. But yeah, I play Magic the Gathering with my friends. We play Commander. It's a fun 100 card singleton format. I'd like to eventually move over to like Commander Oathbreaker, or like a hybrid between Commander and Oathbreaker, because Oathbreaker is a 60 card format, whereas Commander is a 100 card format. They're both singleton, but the way they behave is a bit different. Because I'd like to move into the Super Friends type deck, which you can't really do all that well in Magic the Gathering, and especially in Commander. In one-on-one, Super Friends is like once you get going, it's like a very popular strategy, but and it's good at handling the late game. In Commander, though, you're lucky to find your footing. You're very lucky to find your footing. So now we're headed over to this particular encampment, which I'm pretty sure has no chest in it because I've already collected it. But we're going to at least check it off our list. But yeah, piloting control decks in Magic the Gathering can be fairly frustrating if they're not built If they're not built with some kind of top end in mind, or you spend too much time controlling the board and not enough time, not enough time building your own win condition, you are kind of dead in the water. My control deck, my commander control deck features Damia, Sage of Stone, and she basically reads, you know, if you manage to get her on the board, you can basically get a ton of value by drawing cards. Like, she will refill your hand for you. But you have to get there first, and getting there is complicated. I would love to go arrow farming. This is not that, though. We're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to go over here. And I'm going to see if I can't take a picture of a shock arrow. That's what's happening. We're going to see if we can't take a picture of a shock arrow. Because it's one of the only ammunition types outside of Ancient that I haven't taken a picture of. Speaking of, I should probably see if I need to take pictures of those. Anyone else play Magic the Gathering? Oh, I can't actually do that. Oof. Maybe there'll be some fresh shock arrows we can take a picture of on Polymus Mountain? Maybe, perhaps. Just a little. It's the one I've already taken a picture of. Okay. Okay, let me make sure. I've marked quite a few different areas. So we got the one in Area 65. We got the one in Area 84. We're currently working on the one in Area 85. I'm sorry, yeah. 65, 84, 85, and then we'll move to Area 34. And then we'll have the two in Area 68 to focus on. Just gotta mine the Lionel. It is a red main Lionel, so I don't have much to worry about, but I don't want to take the chance of having to worry about it, if at all possible. Ooh, I hear the sound of like an incoming blood moon. Or like a weird kind of ambient noise. One. Gotta be careful. Popping them like it's hot. There should be another piece. Yeah, there is another piece. Right up there. And there's what? That, yeah, this would be the fourth one. Okay, what do we have? Ooh, green, blue, and white. One, two, freeze that one for sure. Okay, that ought to freeze the lot of them. And then we should be able to do something like that. Do something a little bit like that. Don't even think about it. I know there are more enemies in Tears of the Kingdom. That one of the ones I am familiar with is a Gleeok. And Gleeok was like a really difficult The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess boss, like type boss. I know that. I know. I spent maybe half an hour figuring out or like getting the logistics for Gleeok down. Not an easy boss. Okay, this one's like over here. So I'm gonna travel to the Divine Beast and like walk my way around. Okay, we did that. So I'm basically kind of working in the area, like in the areas we've done. Like, so like next, after we've dealt with this one, I'll go grab the two in Area 68, like outside of the Lanayru Great Spring area. And then we'll head to Akala, and then we'll go from there. There's really only a couple in Akala. You've got the one in Area 2 and one in Area 56. Sorry, that's Area 2 is where the Citadel ruins are, and Area 56 is where the Ulria Grotto Ukuku Plains Great Fairy Fountain area is. Actually, the Great Fairy Fountain is in Area 33. Never mind. Okay, let's just walk around. Slowly. As long as we stay on the edge, we should be just fine. He's literally over there on that landmass. It'll be nice to get this part of the journey done and dusted, because then we can focus on, you know, the things that are actually fun to do. I feel like this is sort of, you know, listen to coin rambling hour, where I like talk about either irrelevant things or like small things that have happened in the game. Because we've come a long way, but this is not anyone's first rodeo. Really, it's not. Ooh, I better get to getting while it's clear out. I definitely better get to getting while the sun's, or while the moon is out and the rain isn't here yet. I've got like about 5 or like 3 in-game minutes, real life minutes. No, don't need that. Put that back on. Mountain buck. We should probably also, like, use up the swallow bow here. So there are 5. 1. Oh no, that is not what I wanted to have happen. Nice. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, in a way, we're kind of getting our arrow farming in just a little bit. Just a little. I definitely should have looked up where to get the frost and thunder weapons. That would have helped us out. Because our frost spear is about to run out. And so is our crowd control. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna quickly look that up real quick. Because I get the feeling we're gonna need to do that. Hallknock, Black Bokoblin in a skull camp due north of Warbler's Nest. Weren't we there, though? In Crennel Hills. Sorry, I'm kind of looking it up, looking all this up. Oh, is there one? Did we? Okay, so apparently the Colosseum has like some of these if we need them. You just kind of have to look around. Okay, I do think we get these. So what we're gonna do? I do think we got these. Excuse me. What I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna go over to the closest one where the Colosseum is, and we're gonna poke our nose in there real quick. So, in regard to, like, the art conversation I had earlier, you know, what's a skill you guys have, you know, spent the past year or 2 years? Like, recently. Is there a skill you've spent time cultivating? Now, for those of you in school, you know, the obvious answer is everything you learn in class can be a skill you cultivate. And yes, I know, if you're in America, the American education system is, like... It's kind of a glorified babysitting center. Let's not kid ourselves or anything. I just didn't feel like running from them this time. You know, it kind of feels more like the stuff you learn isn't all that useful. But I promise it is. At the you know what? At the very least, it's a party trick, right? It can all be a party trick if you want it to be. Oh, look at this cool thing I know. school can at the very least be that for you. But to ask the question again succinctly, is there a skill, like any, like one distinct skill you've spent time cultivating recently? Welcome back, NK. I am just making a quick stop by the Coliseum to grab a frost and a shock weapon, hopefully. That way, the encampments don't give us too much trouble. Too much being the operative word. Or you took a picture of the pink heron. Or what? Hello? Can't stop trembling. I thought I was ready for this. You thought you were ready for what precisely? Wah! Don't pop out of nowhere and scare me like that. What are you doing? And with this spooky garb on. Me, I'm going into this arena to slay some monsters. Mr. Die? Don't... No. If I emerge victorious, I'll get treasure and weapons beyond my wildest daydreams. Okay, I just need to keep my eye on my opponent. As long as I don't blink, this one's in the bag. Yeah, I got this. Don't... Dude, you're gonna die. Don't do that. Didn't mean to trudge through that, but that's kind of whatever. Pretty sure the guide told me it was at the top level. That's where we can get these. Link, who said you could go flinging yourself off of the Coliseum wall there? Watch for me not reading things correctly. Let me not do that. Okay, like you do have to kind of climb things pretty specifically, to get through this. Ah, yes, there are elemental weapons. Good. We even have our choice of elemental weapons. I should, mark this place. No, you don't. Oh, that is never not funny. Sorry, I couldn't help but, freeze him, and it happened to be in a super weird position. Oh, that's a straight up regular Thunderblade. Okay, sure, game. Did I snap a picture of this? I did. Oh, but what one do I prefer? Yeah, it sounds like they're all on each tier. Okay, if I need to come back here, I totally can. And as long as I don't alert the Lionel, I've got the lion's, share of things I can pick. Okay. I wonder if that's, I read this about the Thunder Weapon, but I wonder if there's, some innate scale, innate check marks or flags that are set so that, these enemies start showing up with, the gear or whatever. I'm gonna make you drop that, good sir. Now we need is a good prop. That one's a spear, and it looks like they're all kind of stationed in opposite areas. Hello. Yeah, it is. It's kind of it's formed like a concentric ring system or whatever. And now we're gonna drop that and pick up this frost spear. And now we can get out of here, because I don't need to go Lionel farming. We can return to what we were doing. Now, what were we doing again? I'm kidding. I know what we were doing. We were going over to area 60... area 68, excuse me. Area 68. It's over here, in Brenna Plain. There's this one that we're gonna grab, and then there's another one that... I know they're not all in Skull Encampments. I know that those are, like, easy to look for, but there are definitely some clearings where you can also find them. All right, this one's in near Horn Lagoon. Let's go. Thank you to all the people on Reddit for having an excellent source of information. If there's any place I would recommend people go if they're stuck in a game, it's Reddit. There's bound to be someone who's played the game you're referencing before. Even Elix, you think that there wouldn't be people who've played, or like, there wouldn't be enough people to have played a game like Elix? That's Elix with all capital letters. I played it on the YouTube channel some time ago. I didn't complete it, but that was mostly a real life thing happened, and I kind of had to drop what I was doing. Elix is a fun, if janky, game from Piranha Bytes. Piranha Bytes games, or might be Silverfish game. Silverfish games and Piranha Bytes, where Silverfish is like the parent company. That company, Piranha Bytes, has like closed its doors. There are basically like two companies that splintered off. There's like some game development company drama, as there almost always is with stuff like this. But essentially a couple, a husband and a wife who were both in gaming development, basically caused like a whole, oh shit, we already took a picture of that anyway, though. I was about to say, I don't want to, like, get their attention. Let's not do that and say we did. I suppose that's, like, the other thing is... Like, I know some gaming lore. I know gaming lore that no one cares about. It's frustrating. I shouldn't say no one cares about, but like the right people don't really care about it because it's not really important. Most people don't care about the history. They care about, oh, a game company broke up? Okay, what's the new one? Is there a new one? If not, oh, that's too bad. If there is, oh, that's great. Which one is it? And we're going to use a one-handed implement for this one. Oh my god. Quickly. I definitely lost monster parts on that one. It's fine. Okay, so now we've got the one across from us, and we can move into the Akala region. Isn't that neat? I've played a number of RPGs over the years. I've even played Arcania Gothic 4. I've come really close to like completing it, but not quite completing it. I was right before the end when I stopped playing. I should really go back and beat it, but I have to play the game all over again. This feels the same as Korok hunting. Tedious, right? Yeah. There's definitely a lot of tedium. I'm sure a lot of people, if I were to hold like an actual, vote, or, I would just kind of ask people what they thought of this, they'd probably say something like, oh, you don't need to show this, bud. You're good. You're good. You can move to the end of the game now. I think I poked fun at that with the thumbnail, actually, where it's like I made the thumbnail red. I took the photo of the champions after their ceremony. I turned it red and added some text that might come from an evil entity of sorts. Like that was my inspiration. Is I get the feeling someone or something was going to say, "Oh, you don't have to do this." But it's about the complete experience. There are highs and there are lows. Thank you for pointing that out, NK. There are highs and lows. I would kind of describe this as like the low part. The high part was, Mascotia. That was the high. I think that, and like the sword trials, and actually completing the story. Those are kind of the high points of this game. The Korok hunting, the getting the monster encampment chests, or aka the Boko chests or the skull chests. This is kind of the game's like low point. You do it if you want to, otherwise, you can skip. You don't need to do it. I guess this is something I can ask folks. What do you guys think? It's storming, so we can just... Everything is conductive. Where did that other... He must have died. Don't even think about it. To be honest, I'm pretty sure low points in games like this also exist in pretty much every form. I know in Lies of P, when we were... Why did that blow up? What the hell got knocked into it that it blew up? Did a barrel just blow into a tree and the force was just volatile enough that it like blew up? I don't know. But yeah, there are definitely low points in Lies of P. There are times where you do definitely feel like you're just kind of moving from one area to the other, and oh, you have to fight the same enemy like 5 times, and one of the enemies is more annoying than the other. There's a toy guardian. I'm pretty sure these are all non-respawnable. God help me if there ever were. God would have helped me if there ever were. There's this like toy version of Pinocchio, or it's got like the same kind of characteristic clothing as Pinocchio, from like the children's books or whatever. Written by one fantastic Carlo Lorenzini, excellent man. It's like right over here, pretty sure. With like it's got the schoolboy uniform with like the striped shirt and the dunce cap and all that. One of the most annoying enemies ever. Oh, and the clown robots. That was something else that like the clockwork clowns. Yeah, those were wild enemies. Absolutely, like, wild enemies. Like, I just, absolutely not. I don't wanna. Don't make me fight them again. Please, for the love of God. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, depending on how you look at it, there's a DLC. Is that 2 skulls right next to each other? I think it is. Let's start by going to the tower. Um, you fight the same difficult, tedious enemy 5 times, and the game kind of hits a slog. If you don't like the combat in Lies of P, no matter what difficulty it's on, the enemies and the tasks and the story do feel all like a slog. They do. Link, bud, it's okay. We're gonna get you off of the... We're gonna get you off the cold place in a moment. There we go. We're out of the cold place now. You can stop shivering. I kind of liken this low point to what is essentially a victory lap, right? Where you've beaten everything, you're kind of just tying up small loose ends before the game is over. I got a question. Have other people had loose ends? Have they had loose ends in games like this and they've spent a good amount of time tying them up? I was kind of tying up loose ends like that when I was more religiously playing Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion for the remaster. I was pretty close to coming in and dealing with Mankar Cameron, and he's like the major big bad in that game. Just gonna go ahead and do that. I don't think so. Just gonna go knock out chumps first. Why? Oh, like anytime it's in the vicinity, it like blows up. Oof. Spike Loco Club. That's a shame. Those things are just gone. I gotta stop doing that. I'm sorry. Did you literally go behind a wall and then do that? My goodness. I'm kind of saving all the deep dives for the end of the game. You know, after the credits have been you know, rolled. Hopefully on Friday. Hopefully on Friday, and oh goodness, what was I saying? Hopefully on Friday, and you know, we can do the deep dive, because from what I understand about the end of the game, like when you fight Calamity Ganon, is like phase 1 is kind of like the hard battle, and then phase 2 is an archery game. If you've done the horseback archery mini game in Breath of the Wild, which we'll do before, you know, fighting Calamity Ganon, it should be easy as pie. Like, if you've done any amount of archery at all, it should be a non-problem. So hopefully we'll have lots of time to, you know, discover things in the cutting room floor. We'll have time to read about the things that people have discovered while playing this game. And of course, if you guys have any discoveries that you've made and you want to share, you can share them at the end as well. That'll be great, and that'll kind of like wrap up the game and tie it in a nice, neat little bow. Really, truly. I'm gonna grab that. But I'm definitely excited. I suppose in other news, I don't know how much of my personal life I want to share necessarily, but There is like a resort house I'm thinking of getting a membership to. It's part of the metropolitan complex toward downtown. It's got a bit of a seedy history, so I do have to make sure, you know, my folks are okay with it first. I've seen pictures of like people, you know, attending it recently. So it's definitely not what it once was. But if you ever have parents that go to places like that, or have contacted people from places like that, the memory is not an easy one to, like, how do I word this in a way that isn't minimizing? It's like getting them to recognize that the establishment's past before it became part of something bigger and better is way different than what it is now that it is part of the bigger, better thing. There's like a annual pass, or like an annual like a membership that's like $15. It's like super easy to like maintain. Even I can do that. And then the only thing I have to do is I don't even have to rent a room or do anything. It's all as long as I'm not like staying the like night or anything, you know, it should be all good. I'm thinking about joining that place, and it'll give me a chance to maybe cultivate some more friends, because I love you guys. You guys are awesome. I love my real life friends. I think they're awesome. But for me personally, and this is just kind of a coin specific thing, I am very much, I don't like seeing the same people over and over and over again. Like, I don't mind seeing them over and over again. They're my friends. Of course I want to see them over and over again. Oh boy, that is not what I wanted to do. Yep, just do that. That's fine. Oh, I forgot all about you. Hello there. All right, then. Well, at least we got this location off of the checklist. Well, I guess I can ask the same question of you guys. How do you feel about friend groups? Are you fine with having the same group of friends, perhaps for your entire lifetime? Which is normal, by the way, when you're, you know, cultivating friend groups, is that you kind of want a consistent group of friends that you can sort of, you know, spend the rest of your days with. You can feel pretty comfortable with them. They're not like a shelf good, like a good on the shelf or anything, but for me, I guess I just feel like I go stir crazy if I don't make new connections. Like, I can go a long time without forming them, but I've basically gone over 6 years. I guess that's not quite true. I would say closer to 3 years. I've gone 3 years without forming new friendships. And the thing about Twitch, YouTube, and all of those sort of platforms is, even though I am forming new connections with new people, aka you guys, and I'm very happy to do so, It's not the same. It's not the same kind of connection. And there's also like a certain degree of parasocial separation, right? There's a certain amount of parasocial separation I need to have in order to, you know, remain professional. You hear about it on the news all the time. You hear about it on the internet all the time. Oh, this content creator, you know, sold pictures to children. We had the Pro Jared incident that happened years ago. And among the litany of allegations was the fact that, you know, there wasn't exactly the most proper vetting standard for people to, like, post NSFW type stuff or exchange NSF type W stuff, or anything of the sort. There weren't procedures in place for that, and even so, people can fake that. People can fake that stuff. You can fake having an adult license. Like, it's just not good. You just shouldn't do that stuff as like a service or a supposed service. You don't want that. If you want to do stuff like that, do it on OF, OnlyFans, just for fans, Fansly, whatever. Do it there. Exchange that stuff there as part of that business model. That's perfectly fine. No matter what my personal like beliefs and ethics are about that sort of thing, or where my morals sit, I recognize that people are allowed to use those platforms. People are allowed to be on there and make their living. Like, sex work is real work. Do I think it should be everywhere? That it's something that everybody should do and make money? No, I don't. But I sort of... How do I word this? I sort of think it's not that you need to do anything. It's that eventually just, like, laws of saturation are going to make it so that you kind of can't do that. Right? Like... Oh, hello. Yep. Okay, let's push you back into the appropriate group. No, not that way. Wow, yep, that happened. 1, 2, 3. Don't even think about it. I'm gonna push you right back into where your compadre is over there. And then I can CC you a little bit easier. I'm sorry, what? I didn't grab one. What happened, though? It should be there. It just... I got the prompt for it, you know, there not being... enough room. It should have left it there. It should not have done anything else. interesting, to say the least. But getting back to, like, the real conversation, sex work is valid with people that consent, with patrons that consent, and where kids can't, like, people who aren't at least age 18 or older, they should not be able to access that space. Period. Like, end of discussion. Oh God, there's a movie. When I'm thinking of it. Where they made middle school and elementary school age girls twerk, and it was supposed to be like a critical analysis of such a culture, but it just ended up empowering said culture instead. That's the kind of thing I don't want to see. I'm not going to admonish someone for, you know, attempting to call out a culture like that, but the way in which that movie went about doing it was not as wholesome as it thought it was, as it thought it was going to be. But I think there are important distinctions you can make for work like that, and not be, oh.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
What was I saying? Right. I think there's a stance you can take with things like that that is not anti-female empowerment. I think there are reasonable things you can say. Like, kids should not be in spaces where sex workers are. Like, if sex workers are there doing their job, children should not be there. That should not be controversial. Those people should not be out on the street doing their craft where there are children present. Like, put that stuff in a building where people have the option to walk in or out. And parents should not be bringing their children to events or to groups of people that do this thing, you know, basically, like, in secret or whatever. Be a responsible parent. Don't bring your children there. I know this bleeds into the conversation of, like, oh, well, isn't that, like, anti-LGBT with, like, the pride events where there were, like, strippers and such there? Yes and no. Like, those people were allowed to be there. The issue is parents bringing their kids. This was not the fault of the people that were there doing that thing. Do I think they should be doing that thing as an LGBT person? That I get to comment on that? No. Again, it can be there, but in a building where people can opt to be in or out. Not out in public where someone might inadvertently bump into it. Unless you are literally trying to make a statement, you're trying to be provocative, to prove a point. If that is not what you're trying to do, and you're just trying to be expressive, then you should be supportive of parents that don't want to do that. Hello, I didn't, like, miss something, right? I thought that there were 2 in Area 56. I actually think there's 1 in Area 56. I don't know. That might be a cancelable take for sure. But I also don't want people to sit there and say that I don't support LGBT people. I do. I'm in the umbrella. I can talk about it. And I'm not some gold standard, LGBT person. Trans people are valid. Trans rights are human rights. I won't hear anything less. And I know the words are easy to say, but at a time where demonstrating that can be dangerous, and I don't have regular access to spaces to do that, I think my words have to be enough. That I'm taking a risk by being an advocate on a platform that no longer cares, or it will only do the weakest of pandering to LGBT people. I want everyone to know that this is an LGBT safe space. It is. But we also should be able to have awkward discussions. Or maybe even uncomfortable discussions about that. Everyone has a different level of proclivity that they can have in a discussion. Now, me being the prudish person, I am very, sexually chaste. I do not... I believe in, old-timey standards. People should do those things behind closed doors. Now, once you're inside the closed door, you're in a closed space, and people are doing that, okay, the onus is on you. If you don't like that, walk out. Those are consenting adults doing what they're allowed to do, what they're, dare I say, a God-given right to do. Even if they may end up obliviating their own soul for it. As per the Book of Judgment. At least they're aware of the consequence. I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. You got an hour. Let's try to lock in and get things done, shall we? I think I've gabbed your ear off enough. I just want everyone to know this is a safe place where you can be LGBT, LGBT plus, and you will be among fine fellows. Just be aware we're not all the same. There are a lot of people that are different. And as such, you never know if you're going to meet an LGBT person who's into crystals, who is into or into like general wholesale animism, and that's what they believe in, or someone like me who is both LGBT and Christian and think there is room to be all of those things. As long as people understand that, then that's the kind of space you're going to walk into. Is that all there is in Akala? I think so. So next on our list is the lake. Actually, it's not the Lake Hylia area. Oh, no, that is next one. Oh my goodness, that. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. The next one is like the Eastern Necluda area. Yeah. Eastern Necluda has exactly 2 of them. I'll go ahead and mark those. They're like over here. This shape here. And this spot right here. And then the last ones are in like the Gerudo area. We've got a couple in the we've got like 6 in the Highland area, and then we've got 3 in the desert. 2 of which are at like the far corner. So we'll actually be. I don't know what to do next. Oh, this was not. Yeah, this was back here. I might end the I don't know. I don't know if I want to end the episode early. Again, I have no idea when exactly we're going to be done. It could take me all night. But I can taste it. I definitely think we're setting ourselves up pretty well to be done by Friday. Of course, today's the 11th, so tomorrow we'll have tomorrow we'll conclude the vote for the plural voting, and assuming everything goes according to plan. I might spend the time. Oh, I know how I can spend the time filling everything out. I can go around and snip some things from the compendium, and we can also stop by Mazkashia's place and you know, take a picture of him for the cameras. Right up there. Get up there, Link. But I want to get these encampments done first. Because once we do these, we don't need to do them again, right? prime rib. Yum, yum, yum. Yep, right out there. Right on that like, big round of rafts. I guarantee you I have not been here during all this. Guaranteed. And this would definitely be where the chest is, if anything. Let's use a really hard-hitting weapon. Very quiet. We're hunting moblins and goblins. We're hunting Ganon's creatures. Shh, 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 shh.
Daruk's protection is now ready to roll.
Thank you, Mr. Daruk. Here's a question I can ask, folks. This is a little bit more on the adult side. Do you think Daruk is like barcoded? I've said that he is before, and I guess I kind of stand by that. But I feel like the fact that Goron are basically monogendered creatures, and the fact that they're depicted very much as like they've got like a very like male-centric culture. I definitely think that lends itself to like barcoding, especially the Goron champions. They're almost always barcoded. Unova was like barcoded. Daruk was barcoded. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, first off, don't look it up. You'll find Rule 34, not safe for work materials. But if you do, like, look it up, it is... You know how, like, twink has sort of entered common vernacular, and it kind of represents skinny, feminine men? Bara is like coded in opposite in every way. These are like muscular, over the top, giant men who hang out with each other. It's like the antithesis of femboy, like femboy depictions. Now, I am not a Bara person. I've seen the art, I've seen the depictions. That's not really for me. The femboy aesthetic is also really not for me either. I mean, it's the ladies that enjoy looking at it. Or dudes. I don't discriminate. You know. And enjoy it. Be happy. I'm glad you can enjoy it. And I think I would probably enjoy looking at it, but I wouldn't want to be surrounded by it, right? I wouldn't want to necessarily go seeking it out. I have friends who do, of course. I've also had or have met people in my lifetime that are like that. And, the things are, is that, oh, I thought for a second, you know, Farosh was nearby. I guess we already collected this one. Okay. Well, in that case, let's go up here. Surely it'll be there. And maybe we've even already collected that one. A human body is beautiful. It is. I enjoy looking at it in all its forms. but I have to be in a mood. Whether it's ladies in a bikini or shirtless dudes, like I have to be in a mood for that stuff. So like my rule 30, like my rule 34 consumption is very much like tame by comparison. I'm sure people see it on Twitch all the time of like people talking about this type of thing. There are places that are marketed as like lewd spaces where people can talk about it. I want people to know of the thing. I think it's okay to know of the thing because there's like tasteful, you know, tweak like art. There's tasteful bada art. Like strong husky men. There are places for, you know, women with male features. There are places for, you know, very femme women. I think there's places for that stuff to be in the entirety of art. I really do. I think it's okay to look at. But I don't think it's necessarily a conversation you can have with, like, your 13-year-old son. Or your 10-year-old daughter who may have accidentally stumbled into it on the internet. I don't think those are sage places to discuss things like that. I don't think those are the correct times, excuse me, to discuss things like that. 16, 17, probably about the right age. That's where there's a lot of like biological markers. They typically start happening. I think they can happen as early as 14 if I remember the science correctly, but okay, we're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 of them died right on the spot. And then Link, get down. Yeah, drop your weapons. Thank you. I wouldn't also go and talk about this stuff in front of children either. I know, the irony. I'm on a platform where 13-year-old people can be on with, like, parental supervision, which is, like, the key difference maker. You know, you should be on the internet with your kids. Don't just let them, you know, do whatever they want unsupervised. Watch them. I think this is a spear. Yeah, it is. A halberd. I can grab my sword, though. This one's a chucker. This one is durable. Okay, we'll grab it. Okay, we've grabbed that one. Did I get that one? Yes, that was underneath the bridge. We did get that one. Okay, I think the only thing that's actually left then is the stuff in the Gerudo Highlands and the Wasteland in general. So we're gonna start over there by Mount Grange, excuse me. We're going to kind of work our way backwards. Actually, that's near the Divine Beast. I take that back. Yeah, because I'm actually staring at Area 45, and there's nothing there. So Area 73 is basically like this portion of the pass. There's one here, which I think we may have bumped into for the purposes of the quest. We'll have to see. There's one up here in that part of the clearing. It's like out here. And then there's another that's like on the scaffolding. It's like right. Oh, never mind. It's a skull. It's a skull. Let's do that. And then we'll stop. The next spot will be Mazkasha, and we'll get the picture and get out of Dodge. I'll also turn on the treasure radar because I've been told there are 6. I've been told there are 7 treasure chests. I've read lots of things that suggest there's like 6 or there's 7. So I'm gonna take another look in there after we're done just to be absolutely sure. But we should be good after we've gotten the picture. Like, I'm not going back in there unless I get more definitive proof that there is a chest I've missed somewhere. Even though I like the art, I'm picky. I am picky with anime. Here's a question I can ask everybody. Anime. Where do you sit on anime and manga? I'm like a Full Metal Alchemist Naruto kid. Or like Avatar, The Last Airbender. Is there like a... There's gotta be like a chest around here, because this was the spot. Good night. Yeah, where is this precisely? It is... Ah, it's up here. That's why. I thought it was out there. No, turns out it's up here. Makes sense, too. Yeah, look, there's the encampment right there. Two, 3. Three, 4, grab the rest. Nice. And then I will deign to do this. Goodbye, and good night. Is that it? I think that might be. I guess I'll get rid of it for a shield. Ooh, this one's like... I guess it is technically better. Oh yeah, we haven't taken a picture of it anyway. Okay, well there's that one. All done and dusted. Now let's go over here and do more of the same. Oh my goodness. What else can I talk about? How about I'm not one for movies. I am not generally a movie going person. The last movie I saw was you know, Doctor Strange's The World of Madness or whatever. That was the last thing I saw. And even then, it was kind of a family outing, more than anything.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Thank you, Rivali. We love that. We love that. I'm a little scared for the movies that are coming out of the woodwork. I'm a little scared about the stuff that I see in them. There's like CGI nightmare type stuff. Like Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. I don't want to see... That's like a radioactive dumpster fire. I don't want to see that. Sorry. Like, it might be a fascinating movie or whatever, or a fascinating thought exercise. And granted, Snow White was not... The Snow White and the Seven Dwarves is a movie all of... It's a literal book all about external beauty. It's kind of hard to spin that into like a motivating story for, you know, women, whether BIPOC women or straight cis white, like white women. Doesn't matter. But the way that Disney kind of like went through successive error after successive error with that particular movie, and Rachel Ziegler's comments, you know, she's gonna be the weird lady from now on. Like, that's what she's gonna be known for, is weird. Instead of for like any meaningful contribution, she gets to be part of meme culture instead, which I think is sad. It didn't have to be that way. If Rachel Ziegler had just kept her mouth a little more closed, didn't speak in a public venue quite so often, didn't, you know... Rachel Ziegler, the person, is allowed to do whatever the hell she feels like. More power to you, Miss Ziegler. Rachel Ziegler, the actor, has to be a little bit more corpo-friendly. That's kind of how the world works. Sorry. And I would say that of any actor or musician or like public figure. I think musicians kind of get a bit of a soft pass for me, because there are ways to talk about that stuff and not, you know, not get embroiled in culture war. I think there are ways to address issues and keep it about the feelings instead of like the particulars. It kind of depends. I sort of liken musicians to like what scientists sometimes have to do to get their work published. Sometimes you have to lie. One, two, three, 4. And we lost our Thunderblade. That's fine. We'll just do this then. Three down and 6 more to go, and then we're finally finished. And the fact that other people are starting to reference Miss Ziegler's weird comment as like an unironic meme that's both a meme and a mockery of her is pretty telling. Is this one a better shield? It is. It's less durable, but that's fine.
Urbosa's Fury is ready.
Thank you, Urbosa. We love that. All right, that's those 3 down. And then we have 3 up here. And as soon as I get one of these, I will mark the remaining 5. Let's see, this one is... one of these should be a skull straight up. 1. There should be another one. 2. Or are they... Oh, that one is not one of the ones that's there. Delete that one. It's these. 3. Well, I don't know why I'm doing that. Let's change this to a star. Change to this. And we can mark all 6 and be done. Ooh, but we should go get a new shock weapon though. It's like under here. Ah, yes. Right there. And then out here in the outskirt should be 1, 2. You can tell this was toward the end of placing these because they were like, just put them in the things with the skulls. Super easy, lemon squeezy. But before that, we gotta get to getting a shock weapon. And now I could turn this off. I want to thank you guys for, hanging out with me today. I really mean it. I apologize for the somewhat obtuse discussion, but there's not really... Like, yeah, I could have pulled up interviews and stuff, but I'm saving that for Friday. I'm saving that stuff for... later, when we have the whole stream to talk about it, where I can, switch over the capture card and we can discuss that stuff. Not 2, 3. Oh my god. Come on. But I don't really keep up with culture war that much. For me, it's the gender war. That's what I'm paying attention to. Somewhat. I have been kind of following the musings of one of the more recent ones. I believe Shiwan had made a video called, "Is This the Male Fantasy?" Come on. Wow, they're pretty good shot. But yeah, it's called, Is This the Male Fantasy? Ah, you're alive. Good. Is this the average male fantasy where she kind of makes the point of saying, oh, men are now kind of becoming the hopeless, romantic, like men and women have kind of traded places in Western society. Maybe not, it's not specifically Western society, but I feel like this, like the gender war is by and large a Western phenomena where Canada, Europe, Australia, and the US all kind of are experiencing the gender war symptoms the strongest. And I guess you also have some places like South Korea or Japan where that's kind of like... But South Korea and Japan... Oh, in South Korea, you've got the graping epidemic that seems to be happening. And I won't go further than that. And in Japan, it's more like sociological norms being challenged. If I remember correctly in my reading, which I very much might not have. Can I please have 4 a.m. strike already? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Slip. No link. I guess I'll take a spear, sure. Because, like, sword user, or the great sword user, is definitely still under, you know, consideration of a blood moon. Now you can stay frozen right there. Oh, that's not good. I probably have to fight the Lionel for that. Maybe. I will take that, thank you. And snap a picture, because I have yet to do so. Did I beat the Zora Lionel? NK, are you referring to the one on Ploymus Mountain? Or the one out here at Tarm Point? Because I'm trying to think of the Zora Lionels we're talking about here. Because I know this one's a Redskin Lionel, and it's always a Redskin Lionel. And then we have this one over here. Just taking a sip of drink there. It's the main one, main quest one. Yeah, we have beaten the one on Ploymus Mountain. I have done that a few times now, actually. Is there something specific about it, or is that just like a general check-in question? Just curious. Now that I have my beloved combo, let's go and get these last 6 and then get the get the picture, and we could probably call it good. Because it'll probably at least take me 10 minutes to do this. 10 minutes to do this, and then maybe another 5 to get the... No, it probably won't take me 5 to get the picture. A question. Fair. You beat it when you were collecting the shock arrows in your master mode run? Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Then, yeah, I beat it. I've beaten that particular one. I would say probably at least 4 or 5 times. Once on air with you guys, and about 4 times since then. Just get to the star. Actually, let me, how do I want to do this? It's like, oh, it's like right here. Yeah, right here. I'm getting more excited, like, with every hour that passes by, knowing that we're just that much closer to the game, like, finally being changed out for a different one. I'm pretty confident it's going to be Tears of the Kingdom, but the voting ain't over until it's over. It's not over until, tomorrow at 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. EDT. Because I just learned that convention today. I didn't know an EDT, or Eastern Daylight Time, is based on Daylight Savings Time. Of course, I believe the Senate unanimously passed the act that made it so the clocks didn't change over anymore. So it's just always Eastern Daylight. It's just always Daylight Savings Time now. But, okay, let me get up here. Oh, am I not wearing... No, I am wearing that. What the heck? Okay. Sorry, trying to think back through what I've read. I need to do that and keep moving, though. Ooh, there are 6. Do not want... One. That's a miss. Ooh, yeah, we're running out of precise bows. Nice. That's funny. All right. Okay, let's go in there quick. No, don't toss that. Why did you toss that? Man, oh my god. That is infuriating. I hate when they do that. I'm bringing you back into the loot room. I combined the word loot and room right there is what I just did. That's frustrating. I really tried hard to engineer that scenario, and just one bokoblin deciding I don't give a crap. You're eating an explosive barrel to the face. Hate that. And there, I get to look forward to many more hours of that in Tears of the Kingdom. Again, assuming that you guys vote for that. Also, you know what just occurred to me? We still have 4 spirit orbs that I need to trade in. So I guess a question I can ask is, NK, if you happen to still be here, is 18, or I'm sorry, are 2 temporary bonus hearts like the maximum? So how many hearts is this? I just need to figure out 1 row, and then I can multiply by 2. 3, 6, 9. So it's 15. Okay, so like the cap is 30. So would the maximum number of hearts be 28 then? Link, open up the thing. I'm pretty sure that was Farosh that just skated right on by. It's fine. Let's just teleport. So I guess in addition to taking a snap of Mr. Mazkasha, assuming I need to do that, I will, we can confirm what the maximum number of heart containers is. Because if there's supposed to be like 30, if I'm supposed to have all 30 heart containers, I get the feeling that, you know, you have to choose between full stamina wheels, or what have you. NK on Twitch says, I heard that's the maximum. Okay. If that's the legal maximum, that's good enough for me. But you can do a glitch to get max hearts and stamina. I am just fine with 28 hearts. Knowing the legal maximum is good enough. But I am curious, is there like a what is it? It's like the slot duplication glitch or whatever it is. The thing that like highly corrupts saves. I've heard that's like something that often allows you to do a whole boatload of broken things. Okay, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna wait for a whole bunch of them to walk out this way. Eat an electric field to the face. And you... Not IST, if that's what you're talking about. It's called the apparatus glitch. Ah, okay. That's cool. And it doesn't corrupt save files when you did it. Cool. I'll probably, like, cover... Well, at least, like, when we're going over the cutting room floor stuff, I'll, like, maybe... I don't think I could showcase any glitches. Like, I don't have that sort of skill, but I do want to make sure people know that there are things you can do in the physics engine that are very cool. So I'll likely make sure I've at least touched on some of the glitches that are out there. But I am going to sort of leave like the wider field of glitches in general to like speedrunners or challenge runners that do like randomizers of this stuff all day. People that, you know what they're talking about. Whereas I'm definitely more of a layperson. What on earth? Oh, it's because of the bow I'm using. That's why. I think even when Chugga Conroy talks about glitches, because that's the kind of thing I think about when I think about his content, is that in some cases he will address speedrunning glitches. Even then, he'll like... He doesn't often do the glitches himself. Of course, he also has people submit footage to him to actually like showcase things. That's like a whole separate box of, you know, worms. But, you know, he kind of showcases the thing rather than actually does the thing. The thing he's like most infamous for doing that's not required is like inside the game Earthbound, there are things that have like a 101 out of 256 or 1 out of 2048 eighth chance of dropping. He's good at stuff like that. The man has he has wild luck spikes like you wouldn't believe. He has great luck and he has terrible luck, and all in one sitting. Yeah, I'm not letting you get the drop on me today, buddy. Sorry. Oh, yeah, inventory storage transfer. No. No, 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 no. Don't notice me. Don't notice me, senpai. No. No. Now I have to... Now I gotta go on the edge and wait. Okay. How are they noticing me from, like, down here? That should not be a thing that happens. Okay, these guys aren't gonna stop until I'm on a different, just like a different altitude altogether. It's fine. Go back to doing what you were doing before, which was a whole lot of standing around and doing nothing. Oh, get back. Get back. Yeah, just wait. Shh, shh, shh. I guess I will do some sneaking around. Sure.
Elbows off the table. Don't slouch.
Okay, you got it. No slouching. No slouch. 5 minutes. I need to stretch anyway, so that works. Oh, man. I'm gonna have to push the stream time to make it, you know, just based on everything going on. It's fine. Get up there, Link. All I want to be able to do is sneak. 1. The less of these I have to deal with, the better. 3. I've gotten very good at this. I think I'm sitting up straight here. Oh. Yes, give me all of those arrows, please. No, you don't. That is hilarious. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's like right here. Now, can I set up the kill? I believe I can. Three more. My goodness. Okay, that one is over here. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's on the same altitude as well. I don't even really care about the extra ice arrows. I mean, we might as well use this stuff now, because I get the feeling... I don't think Ganon, Calamity Ganon can be frozen. I don't think he can be shocked a whole bunch. I don't think he can catch on fire. That's not a thing that can happen. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But I feel if the Ganon Blights don't do this, I don't think it's reasonable to like expect a boss to be susceptible to elemental statuses. That would be very weird. And is usually not in form for, you know, final bosses in Zelda titles to do that. Wouldn't be the first time that I'm wrong, but yeah, it would be the first time that I could end up being wrong, but like, still, oh, don't come out here, don't come out here, don't come out here. Shh. Go back outside, Mr. Lizalfos. That's hilarious. Worse than Skyrim NPCs, I swear to the heavenly Lord above. Where's that sketch of I'm you know, an enemy mage and I got shot in the eye or what? Oh boy, I better. Oh, I'm like extra lucky. Let's shock a whole bunch and just get them out of here. Of course, stuff blew up, because why not? That's hilarious. We definitely lost some loot there, to be sure, but it could have been worse. Anything we haven't taken a picture of yet? Not really. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited for the end. Again, it's not now, but I'm like, I have moved from anxious to anticipation. I still can't really believe that we've come very, very, very far in our journey. I'm absolutely floored by the kind of progress we've made in like 6 months. I have to ask for anyone else that like may know the standards. Do people spend 6 months with this? I guess I shouldn't say 6 months. I shouldn't say 6 months. And the reason I shouldn't say 6 months is because my streaming schedule changed midway. Where kind of, I would say for like the first 3 or 4 months, or maybe even 4 or 5 months, we've been streaming 3 days a week, and then sometimes weekends to like consistently 5 days a week. But I guess I could ask it this way. Would 300-ish playtime hours, is that like fast, slow, average? I get the feeling I'm definitely slow, for sure. Because we like to enjoy our games on this channel. We really do. I'd be curious to see what like the average completion statistics for a game like this is. Okay, let me drop right on down. Ah, there's a bundle of shock arrows I was looking for. Go all the way out here and run all the way around to avoid like triggering the lot of 6 over there. And I guess I should probably also like ask for a distinction on like full completion. Because, like, if I were to actually, like, have speed ran this game, I know people can do it in, like, under 5 minutes. Like, my playtime compared to, like, 5 minutes is, like, such a stupendously apples to oranges comparison that, I feel like the comparison is dangerous. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more to go. I'm getting excited. Getting excited. Tomorrow will be a pretty big day. I did this in the bookkeeping of the posts, but I want to just say it again because I think it's worth saying again. The way I'm gonna work tomorrow is it's not gonna be a normal stream. There's going to be a lot of times where I take my camera off the screen. There's a lot of times where I'm going to, say, okay, we're recording, and then I'm going to wink out the little notice about that, and then we're going to record. I'm going to see if my sibling can't be here to help direct those things. I could really use them for tomorrow. Oh, there's a blood moon. It's a coming. Can I? So I cannot use that here. Because of course I can't. Instead, we're gonna go shield surfing. And, like, use our running shoes. But like having a moderator here to like help regulate things would be really nice. If not, I'll do it myself, you know, as I've always done. But if I can get my sibling to show up, that would be fantastic. They work. My sibling and I have like we go a long way back, understandably so. We go a long way back on our relationship as far as my content channels are concerned. Okay, we're gonna have you guys go all the way down there. I'm gonna get up here and I'm gonna wait. Is what I'm gonna do. Yep. Not gonna bother killing, because they're gonna come back if I do. Might as well wait. That means more thunder and shock weapons for me, though. One, two, three. Yeah, don't even think about blowing that horn. I saw you grab that. 4. Are they all black? No, they're not. Nice. Use a spear for this. Should have used a bomb arrow. I just didn't want the lootables to like explode. I still need like I still need bokoblin guts. I still need quite a few things, and having this stuff is nice. I also, just in case there was anything that I needed to like snap, I wanted to have that intact. But you're right, a bomb arrow would have taken them out a lot faster. It also would have been celebratory. Oh well, some things are just simply anticlimactic. All right, I believe that covers them all. I'm gonna do a quick look on the map to make sure that is the case. I'm gonna like just take a quick peek. I'm aware of what I did yesterday, so I'm mostly just double checking today's. Yep, did all those. There's practically none in Elden. Yeah, they're all kind of like basic. A lot of the encampments are basically in like the Hyrule, Necluda, Gerudo Highland areas, with some being scattered throughout Lanayru and like 1 or 2 spots in Akala. Okay, yeah, we've actually got them all. Where's my lovely little... Okay, now, next up on our to-do list is go back and get a, the, photo of Maz Koshia. I'm almost certain that's Maz Koshia's, slot there in the compendium. And then after that, since we're over time and everything, I'll, go ahead and double check the compendium. If we can, I'll tie it in at the end. Hello. I'll go ahead and tie that in at the end where we like actually manually fill out the compendium. Because that would be nice to do. But if we can't, or I don't think there's enough time to do that, we'll just proceed to the showcases that I talked about earlier of, all the cooking recipes, all the armor upgrades, all that stuff. But tomorrow's stream, regardless, there will be portions of it that are normal, and there will be portions of it that are not normal. I'll try to come up with a little bit of an indicator, or maybe I'll put up pins or announcements. Oh, hello. It's nice to see our Guardian friends back again. All I want to do... Okay. Run. Yep, let's talk to Mr. Monk again. I applaud you for having the fortitude to come here. I have nothing more to offer you. However, there is one thing I can do to help a hero such as yourself reach new heights. Fight. You may challenge me once more. Don't worry, Mr. Mascashia. I'm only here for your picture. I just need you to look into the camera, because you can't give me your pearly whites. You've covered your face. Not the best picture of Mr. Mazkashia, but it's fine. Alright, now let's, where do I want to park it? Let's see, maybe... It doesn't really matter where I park it, but I'm gonna make things easy on myself and go to, say... I'm gonna park it outside of Lake Hylia. For farming I get to do between now and tomorrow, I gotta make sure everything is all nice and neat for the recordings. So I want to thank you guys. Oh, yeah. You know what? I can exchange those tomorrow. That's fine. I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. I apologize that the tempo of the stream, the energy of the stream, the past 2 days has been quiet. I know that there's really nothing left to do in the game. There's really not. We are just... I'm extracting the liquid at the bottom of the barrel, and there's like a little sliver of it left. That most people would take the whole barrel full of rainwater and set it out to collect again. Or they would dump out the barrel or whatever. But I don't like to waste. I don't like to waste things, my senators and inductees. I like to savor things for everything they're worth. And if I can find a way to use the barrel, I'll use the barrel. I unfortunately have to answer nature's call, so I am not going to, raid. I'm not going to raid out with people today. Sorry. I still need to build up some rapport with people before I start doing evening raids. But that said, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. We're coming up on the home stretch. Remember what I said about the voting items? Those will be in the Discord. Feel free to vote. I'll go ahead and do a out the door like link share. Come in, join us in the Discord if you so desire. If you want some company. It is a very quiet place, but I do share pictures, so you know you can always comment on the stuff that I post at the very least. But there are other people. My sibling posted a bullet journal they were working on. So people do post things in here. It's just not super often. Also, feel free to introduce yourself. I have an introductions channel. We can you know, you can share a bit about yourselves if you so desire. Otherwise, you know, it's you know, come as you are. You don't need to, you know, withhold yourself or like conduct yourself a certain way. Come as you are. That's the best version of you. We want the best version of you. We will be back tomorrow at the same time as before. I'll do the typical story tweaks with the thumbnail, which will be available when probably sometime tonight. And then after that, you know, Friday will be hopefully the end. Like the end. Like no more. Like there might be a recorded video or two coming out after that. For like the dialogue and stuff. Like I still have to make the recording for that. But I mean that'll really be about it. You know, the bonus videos. But you guys have been amazing. I'm thankful to each and every one of you for having been on this journey with me. I really do mean that. But that's gonna do it, folks. My senators and inductees, do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be in my Discord or in my DMs. Whichever would make you feel more comfortable. And with that, you know, stay safe. And goodbye.